Oh! I found Edith. And she's chasing me. I'm gonna try to loop her. You look for the projector?
I see you outside with her.
Come on, old lady. No! Oh my God! Maybe again. 14 plus 4. Oh my God! Yes! Yes.
Huh? Upon a time. I love this song. Excuse me. There we go. Hello! Give me a second to go and broadcast myself, you know what I mean?
I dare say our destination will soon be in sight.
Enjoying yourself for a change?
Lives. What? Okay, got those two. Gotta go through Discord.
Come now. There's no cause for panic.
We got something in here. Ew. Where do we go? Where do we go? Where do we go? Hopefully I get paid in a couple more days. Come up your thing.
Might you have a moment to speak further?
Let's see. I'm almost done, chat. I'm almost done. I got a lot of servers to post in. Alrighty, I did that. Yes, I am a busy boy. The boy! Zoom out. There we go. Just don't mind the thickums hippums. I'm hoping that before my birthday, I can make enough money so I could get a particular kind of ref sheet made, you know? And then when I do, I'll be able to have a decent model made of my actual persona. I mean, it's still a Moogle, but it's a better looking Moogle than this one. I'm pretty sure that whoever made this one had made a custom Moogle head and then slapped it on a Nanachi body. You know? I can tell because it's like thick hips, long arms, traits of the Nanachi.
Last, we have come to the land you call the New World. My home.
Tural. I'm about to check my Twitter to see if I got any of them scammered people rolling up into there. Be like, buy something from me. No. I got artists that I go to on the reg. Whenever I have the money, I mean. I ain't going to you. No, but I got another porn bot. Miss Tessa Kamano. If that is your real name. Pretty sure it's Greg. Or Jim. Oh god, I remember we were wearing this yesterday. You know what, despite this being a romance period, the queue is surprisingly empty. Which means they did something, and I appreciate that. Because when they released Endwalker, it was packed. Discovering you, the rainbow in you. I would have joined if they did fixed it. Yeah. I need to figure out when that's going to be available again. Wait, why am I here? Oh, Nashu. Oh, cool. I hope you get it. The Tower of Babel. You mean that big spiky spire? Well, we definitely shouldn't get lost on the way there. Let's get moving. Oh, I need them apparently. I got 4 sacks of nuts. Aw. You want me to slow down? I don't mind slowing down. What? Oh. Oh. Okay. Probably a good thing I'm not working at the Endwalker stuff at the moment. I mean, I got story content that I need to do, but you know. I'm working on an Endwalker. Discovering you, the rainbow in you. Da, 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 da. Yay! The granary is done. Ow! Ah! Welcome back. Oh, that's a decent amount. And I got me some iron spruce wood. I'll leave these guys to do their thing. Oh, making a living off the land. Up for a challenge. Oh, I got 10,000 gil for that. Nice. Get rich quick scheme, anybody? Hee hee! Gather up all this stuff, then I'll get to work on growing more pulpitoes. Or pumpkins, one or the other. Because I want to grow everything I can. Alrighty. So. I'm gonna plant parsnips till I run out. Then I'm gonna plant everything else until I run out. Oh, excuse me. Yeah, those are planted. I can water. Hello, Chocobo. It's funny that I'm getting fur from them. I didn't think birds have fur. I know they have feather and down, but not fur. I'm almost done tending to all my animals. All my aminals. Alrighty, get the boys to working on something else. Oh, cool, we're in the next season. Let's see. Ah, there's an efficiency bonus. Nice. See. Let's see. Ironworks Horror. Alrighty, so now they're going to be working on that. Woo! Let's see here. Ooh, Kaine. I should really go to the gold saucer. Well, I'll do that real quick. This has been a while. Let's go gambling! Yeah! I may or may not have a problem. See, first I'm gonna go see this guy. So I could get this. You could do this daily. Are there supposed to be a guy here? There he is. Do the fashion report. You always get plenty for doing this, so do it when you can. I just look ridiculous. Kind of sexy, but ridiculous. Fashion is an art, and like all true artists, we must make sacrifices and suffer for our craft. So tell me, adventurer, are you prepared to suffer? I've made my decision. Brace yourself. I was close! Neat. Satisfactory effort. Nothing stands out as particularly damning. In this, you've demonstrated a solid grasp of the fundamentals. The next step, then, shall be to channel the flare. I got 10,000 MGP for that. Oh! Oh! I have 80,000 now. I've never had so much on me before. And whee! Let's get our Kekpot tickets. Whee! Up! Ba-da-da-da-da, ba-da-da-da-da-da, da-da-da-da. Yeah, both of those. And for a mini Kekpot, Here I go! You can do this 3 times a day. I could have done there and I would have gotten it. Let's go see what I can get. Anything new? I can get this. The Senior Sabatender Blade. Oh, I could get the bee's knees. I could get me face wear. See the faces we wear. I get that. And that. Whee! I got new stuff. And I am happy. Ooh, and it comes in different colors. Ooh, okay. Oh, leap of faith. Ew. I had another Rothgar stop to look at me. All the nearly naked Rothgars. I like coming to the Gold Saucer because the music and the environment are so whimsical. Never ask a Target employee what time it is. It's Target time. I'm gonna change up this outfit a little bit, get rid of the glasses, put something else on. I could get myself a little lady's crown. You know what? I'll do that. And this way I can put on some glasses. Let's try this out. Oh my gosh! They are kinda bad. Now he definitely looks like someone's dad. Oh no. They're good, but at the same time, they are so bad, you know? I'll wear these. Let's see. Bloomtown, a different story demo. Oh no. There's that. It'd be heckin' windy! Let's see. Pair more platinum earrings. There we go. Oh, Pink boy. Hey! Hi, Pink. Welcome back. How are you doing today, gorgeous? How you doing today, mammy? Remind me never to say that again. Aw, I missed you too. Let's see. Did I go to the wrong place? Yes, I did. Let's ride. Woo! Unplug my phone because it's at a decent battery percent. Oh, I see enemies I need. Let's go find another. I see another target. So, this thing will send us up to the moon, just like that. Courage, Nashu. The world is in grave danger, and the people deserve to know. I have to reach the moon so I can expose the truth. As I have explained to you twice already, I can only allow passage to authorized travelers, which you are not. Hold on. Okay. Oh, wait. You're with them, aren't you? The aliens have infiltrated every layer of our society. Yeah, but is visiting going to be enough? What in blazes are you talking about? I'm Dalmascan, born and raised. Oh look, it's Dorian, the editor in briefs. It's Delian, editor-in-chief. Thank you very much. And you were friends of an abducted, I believe. I'm sorry. Ultu, greetings. Are you acquainted with this man by any chance? He exposited in my direction once. No, nor am I affiliated in any way, shape, or form. I wouldn't think so. He doesn't seem the kind of company a hero like you would keep. I know you'll be okay. But, Ultu, aren't you forgetting the whole conversation we had with Dorian back in Razathan? Ultu? As an Ultimagarma, slayer of gods, savior of Ishgard, liberator of the provinces, stealer of pants? How did I fail to recognize such an unbelievably famous individual? As a charming champion of the people, you have a duty to lead us through this fact-strangling checkpoint. We cannot let your comrade's abduction go unsolved. He needs you, and the world needs my next article. It used to be Twitter, but now it's just X. And you believe he was taken to the moon? Well, that certainly sounds like an emergency to me. Your acquaintance here seems sincere in his desire to help, so I'll grant him special dispensation to accompany you just this once. You may proceed to the nether gate. Mysterious forces have thrust us together. And through I trust the fates about, no, and though I trust the fates about as much as I trust the obviously compromised gate guard, I believe no moonstone unturned. The truth is up there. Yeah, you got many good friends in my community. Ooh, the moon is just as white and shiny up close. But not made of cheese, and no sign of Inspector Hildibrand either. So we've already arrived? The Empire's technology is more advanced than I feared. Over there, the aliens have built some kind of forward base on the lunar surface. We must sneak in and blow the lid on their invasion plans. Looks like Dorian has a lead. Come on, we should follow him. And she's still calling him Dorian. Aliens! Honest to God, aliens! I never expected them to be so tall, or so small and bunny-like. Welcome. If I had known I was receiving so many visitors, I would have sent for more tea. That voice, speaking inside my head. I don't know the words, but their meaning is clear. Are they wielding psychic powers to try and brainwash me? You alright there, friend? Need help with anything in particular? And this one speaks our tongue fluently. Learned it from your Charlayan collaborators, I'll wager. Don't think you'll fool me. What with your adorable bunny nose and silken ears. I'll print the truth before you arrive to beguile my fellow men. You're one of Oriange's friends, aren't you? I'm not sure who or what put such odd ideas into your companion's head, but would you mind setting him straight for me? Loporrits are not alien invaders, although their adorableness does belie their capacity for shenanigans. The Loporrits are allies of all mankind, misguided attempts to make us live off carrots alone notwithstanding. They got to you, didn't they? I suppose I shouldn't be surprised. I've heard the rumors about the disbanded Scions of the Seventh Dawn. The formerly secret society has in truth become all the more secret, that it may pull our leaders' strings from the shadows. Hold it right there, mister. I won't stand here and listen to you slander Oltu or this beloved bunny any longer. You better not libel them neither. We actually came in search of Inspector Hildibrand, a dashing gentleman who we think was brought here by a shiny flying saucer. You wouldn't happen to have seen either of them around here, would you? I'm afraid I haven't seen neither. Long was it my duty to keep watch, but as the need for constant vigilance has since ended, I have grown accustomed to idleness. It's rather refreshing, really. Anyways, perhaps the Loporrits may have observed this man or his abductor. I feel I would have remembered if I had. The others might have seen something, though. Why don't I take you over to Bestway's burrow, and you could ask him about it yourself? That sounds like a wonderful idea. Please, lead the way. Nothing else, getting an eyeful of the facilities we built for the benefit of mankind should help reassure your suspicious friend here. He's a whack job. I don't know him. I don't know this guy, everybody. This guy is a weirdo. So many bunnies! If they could build a forward base on this scale, then what does mankind have against them? Oh, for the love of carrots, this is not a military operation. Do you see any cannons or assault crafts? We haven't any weaponry at all. Take your time and chat with whomever you like. As for me, I've got perfectly innocuous and not at all nefarious things to do. Bye now. Right then, let's get on with the investigation. Discuss the aetheryte. Look, they even have an aetheryte here. An aetheryte? A convenient tool for meeting with their Charlatan co-conspirators, no doubt. Oh, they'll tell you aetherytes were an elegant invention, but it was really just one of many alien technological secrets received in exchange for their undying loyalty. Link pearls too. Be careful what you say on those private calls. The Charlatans are always listening. You are a freak and a half. Oh, I often stretch my legs out here under the stars, but can't say I've noticed anything out of the ordinary, sorry. Not to worry, we'll try our luck elsewhere, thank you. Furry-faced liars, a lot of them. They're probably hiding an entire fleet of alien attack craft. What the fuck is his problem? What is your problem? What is your problem? Cord, that's a big fan. It must get hot in here. A propulsion engine. Of course, this is more than a mere moon. You know the satellite upon which we stand was never a natural celestial body, right? It was a grand fabrication of the ancients. They were in contact with aliens even back then, but the purpose of their ambitious construction has eluded us. Until now, it's obvious that the moon is a colossal starfaring vessel. You are definitely a certain kind of crazy, aren't you? Anything else anywhere I need to look at? Yep, take your time. Oh, ever since we built the Excitatron 6000, we get all kinds of people around here. Could you describe your missing friend in a bit more detail? Well, he's very gentlemanly and dapper if you look past the almost certainly tattered state of his clothing. Though their fashion sense can be a bit eclectic, our visiting adventurers are always dressed impeccably. Not to be rude, but I have a feeling your friend would have stood out in that crowd. He's probably strapped to a table somewhere, even as we speak, enduring unspeakable experiments. From what I've pieced together so far, the giant alien is the master, and all those smaller xeno bunnies are artificial life forms created to serve as minions in his armies. Their harmless appearance is part of the strategy. As soon as you let your guard down, snap! They take you down like a pack of tiny herbivorous wolves. Dorian has some interesting theories, doesn't he? Being nibbled to death by a mob of cuddly bunnies doesn't sound like a bad way to go. No, certainly not. No gentleman in rag clothes, I'm afraid, but I did spot an object in flight that I couldn't immediately identify. It was while I was out gathering materials in the south of Mare Lamentorum. I presumed it was just some elegant relic or new species of floating jellyfish, and didn't think too much of it. Corn, that sounds promising. Thank you for your time. What's this then? A pod for growing new xenobunnies? They must plan to produce them in the millions and overwhelm us with sheer fuzzy numbers. Ah, how could I have been so blind? Those aren't ears, they're psychic wave generators. They lure people close with their precious little faces, then bam, brainwashed. I figured it all out, alien scum. And once the world reads my special edition, your dreams of domination will be done for. Ha! What a strange and oddly aggravating man. Is he a friend of yours too? He thinks he's a friend to the people, but I don't think any people are his friends. Oh! Burn! Right? Right. Let's get out there and find that flying object. Do you know which direction is south? Wait! I'm coming with you! Don't leave me alone with the brainwashing Xeno bunnies! Can I please kill him? I really, really want him dead. Let's see. Like, legitimately. Argos! Well, I'm gonna use Cruise Chaser instead. Oh, I see enemies I need to kill. Alrighty, I might have to go all the way around. Because I can't fly here. Wait, I wonder if Argos can take me over there to the crushing brand. Flying doggo! Whee! That's so pretty. Nashu is romping around with Argus, already forgetting why she was out here. Delian is searching high and low for any signs of alien vessels, like a true professional. You're carrying the stalker! Ah, there it is! And there it goes. Come on, we can't let it get away. Horrendous. Only aliens could subject a man to such callous and physically implausible fate. So many Hildibrands. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Or do you see a whole field of planted Hildibrands? Well, well, what a delightful surprise to see you here. Wherever here happens to be. My, what an impressive specimen of a gentleman you are, good sir. The same could be said for you, my good man. Is this an extemporaneous gentleman's club? Or if I may be so bold as to join you? Oh God, no. Oh no! Can't catch me. Oh, why not? What in the name of the occult is happening here? Where did they all come from? They're all phantom Hildibrands created by the refraction of starlight through swamp gas. Could be they're Hildibrand clones grown in an alien laboratory's flesh vats. Gas or vats? What? Don't worry, I'll end up seeing it later. What? Imposters, you mean? Don't worry, I know just how to find a real inspector. Oh no. Cease and desist, Nashu. Use your powers of deduction for what? They're also authentic and synchronized. I can't tell the difference. Well, look no further, for I am the one and only Hildibrand, Agent of Inquiry and Inspector Extraordinaire. The one and only? I believe that would be me, good sir. How odd. I think you will find that I am the original Hildibrand. Oh, I am more than certain that I am Hildibrand. As am I. Could it be that we are all Hildibrand? How positively marvelous. I propose we celebrate this auspicious moment as only a mob of Mandeville men can. What manner of waking nightmare is this? And it's still going. They kicked him out of the ship. Apologies for the confusion, my friends. I assure you that this time you stand in the presence of the inimitable Hildibrand Heliodor Maximilian Mandeville. And this diminutive blue chap here is my new associate, Master Poo Poo. Another alien species! Of course, you're building a clone army to invade our star, and what we stumbled upon was a field test. I do not believe we've had the pleasure, my excitable fellow, but I promise you that the amicable Master Poo-Poo has no desire to wage any clone wars. Then what's this all about? Are you telling me you weren't abducted? A simple misunderstanding. Uh-oh. The echo. Oh ho ho! What a charming little rascal you are. An offshoot of the Mandragora family, perchance. Poo? Ah, I see. Pleased to make your acquaintance, Master Poo-Poo. Ahem. Might I inquire as to our current whereabouts? I had but recently reunited with Nashu and Oltu, and would greatly appreciate if you could convey me back to my prior location. Splendid! Full speed ahead, my dear fellow! Steady on now. This is not what I had in mind. Oh my. My word, you've generated a veritable battalion of identical gentlemen! Surely the world could never safely contain so much pure Mandevillian magnificence. Could you perchance reverse the process? And a big giant bomb. Oh my god! Oh god, no, not like that. Mummy! Thus, I have concluded that Master Poo-Poo has no grasp of the common tongue, and his true intentions, while surely peaceable, remain woefully unclear. It was only through frenzied gestures that I managed to direct him back here and have him clean up our Mandeville multiplicity incident. I hail from a star a great distance from here. Poo-poo. I came from in search of a friend whose communications halted mid-exploration. All this way to aid a comrade in distress, you say? The devotion, the determination, your touching story has sunk its hooks into my heart. Fear not, my blue-hued friend, for I, Hildibrand, agent of inquiry, inspector extraordinaire, have attached myself to this case like a stubborn barnacle on a kraken's behind. Oh my god. I swear to you, here and now, I shall scour all of creation, from the deepest pit of the seven hells to the very pinnacle of the heavens, for the missing comrade that you so desperately seek. Tell me, all two, how is it that you're able to understand Master Poo-Poo's language? The power of echoes? Ah, you mean persistent repetition. It sounds similar to the Manderville art of parley. You're saying you have an extrasensory ability that allows communication with aliens? How fascinating. Yes, more fascinating indeed. Pending mysteries aside, I'm glad indeed to once more be in the company of my faithful assistant and stalwart contemporary both. The imperfect gentleman. So begins the case of the silent correspondent. Not to rain on your parade, but my friend who was somewhere on your star stopped sending me messages. Is not a lot to go on. I've spent years investigating the existence of aliens, and recent experiences notwithstanding, they are not that easy to find. Then you don't know Inspector Hildibrand. He'll solve this case as he solved countless others, with unerring perception and panache. Ah, well said, Nashu. I need to relinquish conscious thought to investigate instinct, and the clues will flow to me forthwith. Oh my lord. Lose yourself in the deductive current, Inspector. You're channeling, aren't you? Contacting a higher power to breach the veil of mystery, another fascinating development. Ah, there you are. I've been looking all over. Thought you'd like to know that I spotted that chap you were asking about. You know, the well-muscled gentleman with tattered clothing and dazzling teeth. Welcome back. You mean this gentleman? We found him too. Well, that can't be right. I just saw him in the north. Mare Lamentorum. And he ran the other way when I called out. I don't understand how he could have arrived before me. I have a feeling, Mr. Bunny, sir, that what you saw was an imposter. Altu, would you mind asking Mr. Poo-Poo if he was growing any more inspectors on the moon? I only created a single batch, but one did manage to escape the vaporization beam. That individual's behavior was unpredictable. A flaw in the cloning process, I'm afraid. Hold on, I'll be right back. I'm kind of hungry, and I need to use the bathroom. Sorry. I went to go to... I made me some fish sticks and an onion bagel. Now I went to go pull a rotisserie chicken out of the deep freezer. It was like a little mini freezer, but you know, unfortunately it has ice growing inside of it, so we're gonna have to empty it out and thaw everything, or thaw it out again. So I think that while I eat, we'll watch some Final Fantasy, some stuff on YouTube. Okay, I'll quit this for now, and we'll go watch YouTube while I eat.
Final Fantasy games are notorious for being packed full of various unique and memorable bosses. Many of these bosses are incredibly well designed, but every now and again, some slip through the cracks and are just simply unfair. Sometimes these bosses expect players to have knowledge they couldn't possibly have had on a first blind playthrough, and in these instances, walking into a boss fight with the wrong build can be utterly devastating. Such instances require players to go back to the drawing board, but sometimes this still isn't even enough. There are plenty of instances where even a fully prepared party will have a low chance of success due to the mechanics of the boss fight itself, and there have even been examples of where unfair bosses expected players to push the limits of what is physically possible. In this video, we're going to cover 7 of the cheapest Final Fantasy bosses who didn't play by the rules. Now, unfortunately, there are quite a few examples of unfair bosses throughout the franchise. So many in fact that this is our 3rd video on the topic. As per usual though, within this self-contained iteration of the series, we are only going to feature one boss per game. And we're going to start things off with a boss from one of the most notoriously unfair games in the franchise, Gafgarian from Final Fantasy Tactics. Tactics is a beloved entry in the Final Fantasy franchise, and it was so successful upon launch that it spawned an entire branch of tactics games that players would enjoy for years. But outside of its commendable sales efforts and incredible lore, Tactics has also become notorious for its punishing gameplay loops, which penalises players for making bad choices, especially when it comes to the use of their save states. Throughout the game, there are numerous instances where players can become save-locked, forced to square off against bosses they have no hope of beating due to a combination of being underleveled or having the completely wrong setup. And one of those instances happened when Ramza had to square off against Gafgarian at Lionel Castle Gate. This particular fight was intended to be a duel, with Ramza fighting Gafgarian alone while the rest of the party dealt with a group of normal enemies. This worked great narratively, but it could be problematic for Ramza if he didn't have a job that was well suited for a one-on-one duel against a powerful melee boss. Although it was possible for Ramza to interact with a switch to open the gate that separated him from the rest of the party, Gafgarian was so strong that it was easy for him to incapacitate Ramza before even making it to the gate switch, unless the party had access to a special movement ability like teleport. Those who were unprepared could feel quite overwhelmed by the situation, but there were a few strategies that could be applied to make things a bit easier, and perhaps the most useful was debilitating Gafgarian's use of weaponry somehow, either by stealing it or breaking it. To give general survivability in the wider melee, players could also equip the team with rubber shoes, as the majority of enemies were using lightning elemental weapons. But even with these advantages, the fight could still be pretty brutal. Final Fantasy IX featured a story that masterfully weaved together complex themes, even going so far as to tackle existential dread through the inclusion of Vivi. Throughout, there were also moments of real tension, and one such instance occurred when the game introduced a 30-minute time limit for the party when they were attempting to rescue Princess Garnet from the basement of Alexandria Castle. During this mad rush to find Princess Garnet, players could examine a bookcase in the library to encounter the optional boss called Tantarian. Tantarian has become notorious because it placed the player in what felt like an impossible situation. Any time spent fighting the boss chipped away at the limited time available to actually try and find and then save Princess Garnet. The other cheap aspect was that Tantarian was designed for players to tackle later on in the game when they came back to Alexandria and were more appropriately leveled. It meant during this initial period, the boss had a relatively high level, and players who went in blind wouldn't have been aware of this on their first playthrough, which meant they could potentially spend a lot of time trying to optimally take down the boss while making sure there was still enough time left to save the princess. What's more, Tantarian used a unique mechanic where it hid in the pages of a book, only revealing itself to players if they dealt a specific amount of damage. While in the book, Tantarian also took less damage and could cast more powerful spells like Doom, which could easily wipe the party. Now, in our previous video on this topic, we featured Seymour Flux. The fight, which took place atop Mount Gagazet, has become one of the most notorious due to how unfair Seymour was and the emotional weight behind it. But Seymour Flux is not alone when it comes to Final Fantasy X, as there are plenty...
I need another minute. My fish sticks aren't fully cooked. Yeah!
Gotta love it. Ah. They're already cooked, but you know. Cold. it's hot.
It's hot.
Of other cheap bosses, and that means it's time to turn the spotlight back onto Yunalesca. A big part of the challenge when fighting Yunalesca was that she took advantage of zombie mechanics in a way that decimated unprepared parties. And it was very easy to be unprepared when fighting Yunalesca, given that a party with no resistance to zombie was just as susceptible to defeat as a party with full resistance to zombie. Perhaps the worst aspect was that Yunalesca conditioned the player over multiple phases. It meant many unsuspecting players with a fully cleansed party were susceptible to having their entire party wiped by Megadeath at the start of Phase 3, as they would have no way of knowing the spell was coming. What made this all the more frustrating was that should Yunalesca succeed, not only would the boss need to be fought again, but players were required to watch a long and drawn-out cutscene each and every time they lost the fight. This could lead to individual attempts taking over half an hour for players, especially those who struggled with the third phase of the fight. Now, Yunalesca is just one of a number of antagonists who lived up to their hype when faced as a boss. And in a weird way, it often feels good to see a villain built up throughout an entire game who then displays the true scope of their power during a fated confrontation. The ones that manage this, such as Kefka, end up going down in Final Fantasy history as truly imposing foes, and Golbez also falls into this category, even though his display of power came through in a way that was cheaper than most. During the boss fight, Golbez used an ability called Binding Cold, which applied paralysis to each party member. He then summoned the Shadow Dragon, which used an ability called Black Fang, instantly killing each member of the party aside from Cecil. Once everyone but Cecil was dead, Rydia appeared to take care of the Shadow Dragon and remove Cecil's paralysis. At this point, the fight would proceed like any normal one. However, the fight against Golbez didn't always work out this way. If players entered the fight with Cecil already defeated from the previous battle against Calcabrina, Golbez could almost instantly wipe the entire party. If he used Binding Cold and summoned the Shadow Dragon while Cecil was still downed, the party was simply defeated without Rydia ever showing up to save the day. This was very cheap, given that it could easily catch an unsuspecting player off guard and force them to redo not only the fight against Golbez, but also the previous fight against Calcabrina. It's evident that when Square Enix was developing Final Fantasy XV, they were still trying to figure out how to make an engaging and balanced action-heavy Final Fantasy game. The mechanics could sometimes leave fights feeling imbalanced, either because they were too easy or too hard. This became more apparent in the late and post-game, where encounters started to get a bit more complex. There were a handful of super bosses that players could challenge during the latter parts of the game, and although the Adamantoise is likely the most well known, Omega, which was introduced via the Royal Edition, is arguably much more unfair. Omega had a 99% resistance to normal weapons, which meant the player needed to overcome the super boss using the Royal Arms, which drained Noctis's HP. The regular HP drain was made even more unfair given Omega's attacks naturally did extremely high damage to the player. This alone was bad, but Omega could also use attacks that reduced the party's maximum HP, which could lead to a situation where Omega's normal attacks were enough to one-shot party members. Altogether, this created a need for the player to constantly heal throughout the fight, making it harder to find time to actually deal damage than in a typical encounter. Omega also played unfair though, in that it tempted players into attacking its antenna to speed up the encounter, as its antenna took double damage. Unfortunately, falling for this ruse meant Omega would become berserked, which altered its attack patterns and increased its attack speed, making it even harder for players to survive. Even if players avoided attacking the antenna though, and managed to get Omega's health down to 50%, its attack speed increased anyway. It also began to target party members with an attack which inflicted the vulnerable status. Once afflicted, Omega repeatedly targeted the party member for 20 seconds with a special beam attack that instantly killed its target. After everything the player had gone through to get to the halfway mark of the fight against Omega, This meant, should they fall foul to that beam attack, all their progress could be taken away in an instant. Final Fantasy VII is known for introducing a large number of iconic antagonists to the franchise as a whole. Sephiroth alone has transcended Final Fantasy and found his way into plenty of other properties. And while Rufus may not be quite so well known, he is well known for being someone with a contingency plan. Unfortunately for players, Rufus stayed true to this identity during his boss fight in Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. A boss fight which was made all the more difficult given that Cloud had to face Rufus alone. Rufus automatically countered all of Cloud's attacks in most situations. The only way to reliably get around this was to attack Rufus at the end of his combos while he was reloading. Unfortunately, if Cloud got hit during any of Rufus's combos, then he reloaded while Cloud was recovering from the stagger, and Cloud therefore missed the window of opportunity. This was made particularly challenging by Rufus mixing and matching the specific moves he used in his combos, and the order in which they were used. All of his moves were also fast-paced and required Cloud to react in a different way with different timing, so he could easily catch the player off guard. If the player managed to evade a full combo though, there was a very tight window where Rufus was actually reloading, so the player had to be positioned close enough to Rufus to make sure their hits actually counted. As challenging as the fight against Rufus was already though, after receiving enough damage, Darkstar joined the encounter, turning the fight into a 2-on-1. Darkstar running around meant that the timing windows for dodging Rufus's attacks and hitting Rufus were even harder to maintain, as you also had to account for what Darkstar was doing. And let's not even talk about how everything gets ramped up when playing on hard difficulty, as it's more akin to the kind of boss fight you'd expect from Elden Ring. Fortunately, Rufus does have a weakness though, status effects, and if you're able to take advantage of this weakness, then the entire encounter becomes a lot less stressful. That then brings us onto our final entry, Pandemonium Warden. Final Fantasy XI launched as the first mainline MMO in the franchise, offering players the ability to explore a vast world structured in a very different way from the more linear single-player entries. And this world would only grow over time following the release of numerous expansions. Being an MMO, Final Fantasy XI naturally incorporated raid bosses into its world, the type of bosses that required many players to band together to fight in order to their high difficulty. Bosses of this caliber traditionally required a fully prepared high-level team of coordinated players willing to work together for a long period of time. But Pandemonium Warden, in its initial form at least, was quite different from other raid bosses, and it made headlines due to how brutal it was. Not only did Pandemonium Warden have a high HP pool, it could assume the identity of many of the expansion's other high notorious monsters, each of which had its own quirks. And each of these forms would need to be defeated before defeating Pandemonium Warden itself. It meant the challenge was very high, but that didn't stop a group of ambitious high-level players from attempting to claim victory. A group ran an 18-hour attempt against the boss shortly after release, with the attempt having to be called off due to some players reportedly fainting and vomiting during their 18 hours of uninterrupted high-speed gaming. This prompted Square Enix to release a statement about the incident, and they subsequently adjusted Pandemonium Warden so that it would despawn after 2 hours should it not be defeated in that window. But with that, they were 7 more of the cheapest Final Fantasy bosses from across the entire franchise.
Well,
Be
damn.
sure to let us know in the comments below which of these you found frustrating and cheap.
Well, ain't that something? I'm still eating, if you're wondering.
When super bosses first appeared in a Final Fantasy game over 30 years ago, they raised the stakes for players in a way that was unlike anything that had ever been experienced before. There had been pseudo super bosses hidden within random encounters, but it wasn't until the arrival of Omega and Shinryu that they became a purposeful part of the bestiary. Since then, the notion of super bosses has gone through significant evolution, and as player expectations were raised, developers altered super bosses to try and match those expectations. In the previous 4 episodes of this series, we have investigated over 80 different super bosses associated with Final Fantasy, exploring how the implementation changed and evolved across almost 2 decades. So if you're coming in fresh, we'd recommend checking those episodes out via the links in the description below. Also, this will be the final part. We're looking to embark on another mammoth evolutionary study soon, but what we work on will be decided by Patreon supporters. There will likely be a few options, including ultimate weapons, battle systems, and antagonists, so if you'd like to help the channel grow and influence our next topic, please consider supporting us. We will also be publishing an audio-only version of the entire Super Boss evolution exclusively on Patreon, so if that's your jam, we've got you covered. But with that in mind, let's continue to explore the complete evolution of super bosses. After its revival as Final Fantasy XIV: A Realm Reborn, the development team sought to engage players with consistent updates. These updates were designed to both enhance and enrich the story, but also challenge players in new and innovative ways. One such example was the Behemoth level 50 Fate, but raids such as the Binding Coil of Bahamut were where the real challenge could be found. As A Realm Reborn progressed, patch 2.1 and 2.2 furthered this notion by introducing extreme versions of trials, akin to what was seen before the launch of A Realm Reborn, and it brought forth the next iteration of the Coil of Bahamut, dubbed the Second Coil of Bahamut. This served as another challenging raid, with Nail Deus Darnus, the final boss of Final Fantasy XIV 1.0, returning as a tough encounter. And this mirrored some other games, such as Dissidia, where the final boss was also transformed into a separate super boss. But it was patch 2.3 where things took a much darker turn, as the second Coil of Bahamut Savage was released. Nail Deus Darnus again served as the final boss of this raid, but the challenge was now elevated in a few different ways. For one, positioning was very important now, as a barrier surrounded the battlefield, and should any player touch this, they would suffer an instant KO. This was quite an intriguing addition, as instant KO had been a hallmark trait of super bosses for years, but it was often delivered via specific moves. Here, it was part of the overall makeup of the encounter. Beyond this, Nail Deus Darnus also had the same 13-minute enrage timer as Twintania, and the regular version of Nail from patch 2.2, and there were multiple phases based on health which determined actions taken. The coup de grace of A Realm Reborn was then Bahamut Prime, who was fought at the conclusion of the final Coil of Bahamut. This raid was added as part of patch 2.4, but outside of introducing new abilities that players needed to be mindful of, the general setup was much the same as the previous raids, with a set enrage timer and ability sets that changed according to health milestones. It was perhaps for this reason that the world first clear time for the final Coil of Bahamut was much quicker than the raids added in previous patches. Patch 2.5 then added another super boss contender, Odin. Perhaps as a way of paying tribute to Final Fantasy XI, where Odin was introduced as a tough super boss as part of the Treasures of Artugan expansion, Odin returned as a very challenging level 50 Fate. What made this particular Fate quite special was the size and scale of the encounter, but beyond that, there were a few intriguing aspects. For one, when the Fate was active, a unique weather called Tension affected the wider area. Odin could also use a few debuffs, but perhaps the most prominent aspect was that when Odin's health dropped low enough, he started to charge Zantetsuken, and much like in Final Fantasy XI, if Odin was not defeated before the charge time ended, anyone participating in the Fate would be instantly killed. After the release of patch 2.5...
Oh, speaking of that one, in the Japanese version of PSO2, they had a Final Fantasy crossover, and one of the emergency trials that you could do was that you could fight him. And the funniest part about it was that he always ended up getting the head of the last person who defeated him. So if you managed to defeat him, he would don your head for the next person.
The Final Fantasy XIV development team
If you beat
continued
him.
to release new content for the game, including the Gold Saucer, but eyes were also on the game's first major expansion, dubbed Heavensward. Players were excited to explore the new areas made available and see how the new jobs handled, but they were, of course, also excited to see if they could overcome the new challenges Heavensward would offer. Thankfully, they wouldn't have to wait long, as just over a month
After this, I'm going to get back to it.
Patch 3.05 introduced the Alexander Gordius Savage Raid series. Similar to the Bahamut raids, there were numerous turns that needed to be completed, and upon making their way to the final part, they faced off against the Manipulator. The fight itself had a hard enrage and featured numerous phases, and this was similar to Twintania, Neo Deus Darnus, and Bahamut Prime. But the difference here was with how the phases changed. Instead of them being based on specific health reduction levels, players were required to defeat the Manipulator's appendages first, and this was quite unique. It was not uncommon for super bosses to have multiple appendages. This had been a thing ever since Ruby Weapon. However, they had seldom been mandatory to defeat in order to obtain victory, with perhaps the only grey area here being Longui in the Final Fantasy XIII trilogy. The major difference here was therefore that not only was defeating the appendages mandatory, but players actually had choice over which appendage they defeated first. The other unique aspect was that once a leg was defeated, players then had a small window where they could attack the Manipulator, before then having to defeat one of the other remaining appendages. And this would also bring about a new phase in the boss fight, a cycle that continued until all appendages were defeated. After numerous forays into the mobile gaming space, Square Enix started to find their feet with an array of releases that included Mobius and Brave Exvius. But before both of those games, Square Enix released another title called Record Keeper. Alongside the story, players were kept busy with numerous
Okay, that's going to be a while, so no, we're not going to watch it all the way. So we're going to get back to it because I've finished my lunch. Or, well, my meal, I guess you could say. Oh, that was some good pollock. Could have used tartar sauce or something, though, but hey. And after this, maybe I will go in. After I finish this quest, maybe I will grind out mounts or something. Oh god, so I gotta go all the way over there. Whoa. How are we supposed to do? Okay, I see. I'll go here. Make my way out here. And hope I can hit here. This is a map where you almost certainly need to fly. It's okay. Don't have to explain yourself. I, Epsy, with my little eye, no dashingly defective gentleman. He can't have made it that far on foot. Why don't we try searching the immediate area, scan the horizon, that kind of thing. And I suggest we split up so we can cover more ground. Nashu, Altu, and I will investigate to the west. Right. I'll take these other two, and head east. Splitting the party again? Are you leaving me with the aliens? Oh, relax, Bright Eyes. We'll have a nice chat, and I'll disabuse you of all those strange conspiratorial notions. Oh, and we could get to know our new friend here. Let us be on our way as well, with Altu in the van, if you please. Maybe he shouldn't ask you to do things if he's not gonna hold up his end. Behold this sublime vista. 'Tis as if the mountain herself breathes beneath our feet. Oh, look down there. They have their very own hot spring. Dear Nashu, what you are observing is no hot spring, but a natural reservoir of ceruleum, which with such a rich source to hand, it is no wonder they can afford these palatial residences. I'm glad you're here to educate me, Inspector. I was about to take a quick soak. Hammer struck thinker. A goldsmithing hammer is lodged in the thinker's carcass. It appears to have been dealt a single, swift-killing blow. Core, the bugs grow big up here, don't they? This hammer, surely it cannot be. Nay, it does not bear thinking about. Come along, nothing to see here. Excuse me. I didn't mean to. It's just a baby. Welcome back. What a dazzling display of stars. Not a single cloud in sight. In fact, I've never seen the night sky so clearly. Now that you mention it, it's been nighttime the entire time I've been here. How much longer until dawn breaks, do you think? Are you guys dumb or something? I don't care. It doesn't bother me. Another goldsmithing hammer. Another killing blow that bespeaks unparalleled strength. Looks like he's yawning. The hammer stuck in his head spoils the effect, though. He cannot be here. Why would he be here? It's a goldsmithing tool, isn't it? It does look awfully familiar. And yet completely unrelated to our case. Moving on. People, moving on. I'm okay. A set of gentlemanly tracks leads to the northwest. Aha! In the sand, in the snow, or in a half-ilm of moon dust, I'd recognize those fancy footprints anywhere. They're a perfect copy of mine. Our fugitive imposter must be just up ahead. I sense a gentlemanly presence. He's very close. No clones in the northeastern quadrant that we could see. That's clever. Mr. Poo-Poo could scout for us from the air. Ah, I found me. Why? Why did I flee? He seems sad, downcast, very uninspector-like. A flawed creation, to be sure. Such negative emotions would never mar the heart of a true Manderville man. Oh no. It's Dad, and he's naked again. Hey, there's a face on the moon. Praise Stahl for his patience. It would seem my beloved Hildy has been awoken from his unnatural slumber. Oh my god! Abandoning my gentleman comrades to save myself. My pride in worse tatters than my maltreated wardrobe. My fatherly love denied. Unthinkable, unless that is not my son. Oh my god! He looks like a flea! Another of me survived. I'm not turn tail and run this time. No, sir. Hildibrand to the rescue. Oh my god. Round and round as fast as I can. I can't slow down. I'm a Manderville man. Manderville dance with the ephemeral twins. Uh-oh. What? What the heck? I don't understand. Now I know I'm dreaming. This can't possibly be real. That was a little something we prepared to welcome the people of Etheris. I almost forgot it was there. Of what part, though? Little guy's running away. The barrage seems to have stopped, but just look at all this junk. Please be sure to pick up your litter before you leave. The moon belongs to everyone, you know. Oh. Hildibrand, Helidor, Maximilian Manderville. How glad I am to see you up and about. Your mother will be beside herself with joy. I only stand before you now thanks to Nashu, who stood ever vigilant at my bedside, and to Ultu, who ferried my soul back from across the rift. My son is indeed blessed with comrades of quality. You have my heartfelt gratitude. To you, Master Poo-Poo, I extend my apologies. In my excitement, I fear I have broken your ship. There is all I can do to help effect repairs. You have only asked. My vessel experienced a temporary malfunction, but there was no major structural damage. It brings me relief and joy to hear that. Might I have a word, Altu? I had actually come to the moon in search of a certain rare ore, and by Thal's good grace, my quest has been successful. The ore, however, is but the first step of a longer saga. Meet me back in Razathan, and I will explain the role I wish you to play. Yes, I think it best we make the journey starwards. We will not find Master Poo-Poo's friend from up here unless someone packed an extremely efficacious spyglass. Anybody? No? Then home it is. For years I've chased after the supernatural and the inexplicable, but to encounter so much of it in such a short span of time, my mind still reels from the implications. Yet I must keep my gaze focused beyond the veil. A chance like this comes only once in a lifetime. Ah, how lovely to be back on the star of my birth. Father did not tarry to chat. There's something about returning here with a trusted employee. Well, we've no time for further familiar pleasantries. Nashu and I must devote all our mental energies to the cast of the Silent Correspondent. My keen inspector's sense impels me to begin our search in that direction. Make haste, my companions, for justice waits for no man, not even for one who is little in blue. Inspector, wait! Can't justice make an exception for me? His channeling appears to be remarkably effective. Fascinating, yes, most fascinating indeed. Altu, forgive me. I seem to have been laboring under a misconception. After spending some time with the Xeno Bunnies, it has become clear to me that they have not the slightest intention of invading our star. They are no threat to us. But he is, you know whom I speak, that devious Master Poo-Poo, his diabolical devices devised solely for world domination. What? I shall have to investigate him further to learn the intricacies of his plan, but I may require your aid, not to mention your interpretation. I'll even pay you a retainer fee, so please, when the time comes, join me on my quest for the truth. Altu, my apologies for the wait. Shall we proceed to business, then? The task at hand concerns nothing less than a family legacy. The recreation of the historically significant and astronomically magnificent Manderville weapons. They were designs of a distant ancestor, you see. While the origins have long since vanished, the manual containing the secrets of their construction survived. A precious heirloom passed down through generations of Mandervilles. Why the sudden passion for weaponsmithing? Tis true that, as a goldsmith, I've had little occasion for crafting implements of war. Why this project and why now, you may very well ask, then I shall very well tell you. The tale begins not so long ago. I was here at Radz to discuss a deal with an up-and-coming merchant. The matter in question was an acquisition proposal. Alas, the talk soured, and so I made preparations to depart. It was then that the sky burst into flame. You know all too well what horrors followed. I did my best to defend the citizenry from the beasts which spawned. Yet I could not save them all. Saved far too few, in fact. The memory of it haunted me day and night, and I found myself unable to work. But then I heard news of how you and your companions had ventured forth to banish this evil at its source. You forged on in the face of deepest despair, and it gave me the courage to do the same. I gotta sneeze. I took a good hard look in the looking glass and asked, what can Godbert Manderville do to safeguard the people of the Star? Thus did I realize that I had both the knowledge and the skill to forge the greatest of weapons that might empower others to protect themselves and their fellow men. So I began going down the list, acquiring the necessary materials with single-minded purpose. One of these was a goodly chunk of the purest Mandarium ore, a metal found exclusive in meteorites, and that only rarely. I searched high and low, scouring impact sites, and consorting with kobolds, all to no avail. Then, when none was to be found but on Heidelin, I set my sights on the moon, where I at least obtained a sizable sample. Now I say, at last, but the list of materials goes on. If I'm to collect the rest in a timely fashion, I must employ the help of my comrade of quality. When you can spare a moment from adventuring, or aiding my dear son in his inspectoring, pray drop a word in my ear, in the ear of my manservant here. I shall clear my schedule of trivial interruptions, and we can proceed with the recreation of a Manderville weapon forthwith. Yay, I've unlocked Manderville weapons! Meanwhile, elsewhere in Razathan, oh my. That guy was more naked than naked. Death! Creepy. Sound the alarm! A prisoner is escaping! Oh no. He's second to none. Our agent of inquiry, Hildibrand Vanderbilt. Definitely not an alien clone. I am so beyond confused. Let's see. Yay! Time for me to get my Vanderbilt weapon! First, let's see how many I have. 227. Moon Ward. Ooh, I have these. And I have 200 tombstones, so I can make them dyeable. But I need to get twin moons so I can augment it. Let's see. Let's go back to our island for a little bit. We'll do some dungeons. Now, what did Elliot send me?
I don't know what I'm doing. Is my chest opening up like a cassette player? Or am I having a bit of a hallucination? You think you've got it bad? Take a look at me. I'm not sure you're all there, buddy.
Nobody move.
Alexis,
Biscuits.
why don't you turn around? Hands up. Stomach cramps. Ouch.
What the?
What is it? Hey, Alexis!
Oops.
Hey, look! It's a truck! My scanner detected something!
Oh my gosh. It was labeled AI Fever Dream. Alrighty, I better go get more. You know what? No. Well, no, I said I was gonna do something else. I wonder if I can't try to solo one of these. That'll be funny. Bye. Auspicious. Okay, so Byakko. Okay, I have Tsukuyomi's. Shinryu. No, I'm going to attempt to solo it. If not, I will open up a thing. Here I go. This is probably going to be a bad idea, but hey, it'll be funny. Oh, I went in on the wrong class.
Begin.
I came in on the wrong class. I was supposed to go in as a dancer. Or maybe I should go in as a Reaper, because then I can whittle down his HP a little bit faster. Okay, let's try this again.
Let the rebels begin! Rise! Rise to the occasion!
I'm not gonna make it.
The seas part, for we alone!
Yeah, I'm about to die. Okay, I'm gonna go back and see if there's any parties that are looking for it. I gotta get used to reaping again. Let's see. Aw. So no Lycaon? I thought Lycaon was going to be, like, available first thing. Yay, Ben! I think they're a bot. Minstrel's Ballad. Yay! The fuck was that noise I just heard? Oh wow. Sorry, I'm excited. It's been a while since I've done a mount raid. Get back. Get back. Bato, toto, bato, toto. Get back. Get back. Bato, toto, bato. Bye-bye. I'm gonna go down and dance in front of everybody. Oh my god! What the fuck? Are you serious? Like, are we sure we can handle this? Oh my god, no! By the way. Now, if we had a full party, this would be going by real fast. Oh my god! I just freaking off myself. Because there ain't gonna be no way I'm gonna do that by myself. Oh my god! We're fucked! We're fucked! Oh my god! Oh, here goes the next stage! Ha ha ha! Go, 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 go! Failed! I failed! We're about to make it up to phase 2. Failed! What? Excuse me? You didn't give me enough time! No! Just enjoying a little nap. Damn it! That was fun though. Come on. Alright, chat, we're gonna travel to another world, or at least try. Just spring in! Rothgars. Got excited again. No way. No way. No way. Thanks. I'm gonna surprise them. Somebody stop. Here we go. My character, Ultima Garma. My pants keep going up. You keep seeing my bloopers. Oh no! We're on the last phase. Go. No! What? Be jank, yo. I'm being revived, I hope. We have a level 100. At least I didn't fall. At least you aren't alone in death. Ooh. Ow. I never succeed. It's hard being a Moogle. What kind of spider is that? It's a daddy long legs. Hi, daddy. Oh my god, he did it! Yay! I got the weapon coffer! So now I got the Shinryu weapon! Yeah! I have titties, they are titties, I'm a man with titties. Oh! They need to start waiting till we finish loading in. Talana! Oh my god. He's got like no HP left. I did it that time. Oh. Woo! I got a Shinryu card! The Kamui Fife! Ooh. Yay! Somebody actually got the fife. Yeah. Okay, take your time. Nobody saw that. Woo! I forgot that I hit the spacebar too. Whee! What are you doing? Oh. I forgot. Not that got a stack marker, yay! But it is a big K double whopper. GG. I like saying GG. Come on. Are you kidding? Can somebody clip that for me, please? Or the L'Oreal or Maybelline? L'Oreal Maybelline. Hi, Daddy. Yay, I got the daggers! I'm thawing out a chicken, or well, a rotisserie. So we're gonna have rotisserie chicken for dinner today. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go get me some water. Not bondage. Mrs. gonna die, oh no! I'll read it. So unfortunately for me, chat, I am going to have to go. My brother decided that he wanted to come over today, so I have to go. I'll probably be back later after he's gone. Then we'll do more mount grinding then, alright? See you later. Thank you for being here.